Overview here. Okay. And then here. Hello. Hello, hello. All right, cool. It looks like things are coming through. How you doing, Kevin? Good to see you. Good to see you, sir. Trying out the vertical. Took me a little longer to get set up than I'd like, but I got it. Yes, yes, sir. Hey, I even cleaned up a little bit for you this morning. Hope you're doing all right. Got gonna be doing, so I've got the stream on vertical and horizontal, so now we're firing on all kinds of cylinders. So that's fun. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. Let's see. Come on. Now I need to hop in my own. Yeah. Yeah, I might have as well. I might have as well. Whoops. But what can you do? All right. That's good. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think I did as well. But here we are, nonetheless. Ready and back for some more action indeed. So like I was talking about, we're going to be, well, maybe I just typed it. I don't know. But we're going to be getting onto some other things here. I'm going to be working on okay. I think this is good. Maybe not. Oh well. We're going to try this anyways. So I got this, I got that. I'm going to be working on black opal pins. Here is the blank you've seen most likely. I know I'm streaming on vertical and landscape on YouTube. That's what I'm doing right now. Trying that out, see how it goes. So, not sure how it's going to go. Because I just slapped together these vertical little things on the other. So duplicating your window, cropping it, and putting it in, pretty much. But yeah, we are going to get right to it. You know, like 5 minutes after or so. Let's see. Put this over here. I'm going to be spending a lot of time over at the metal lathe, so I'll have to get that dialed in as well. So I do have a different scene for that. But for now, I'm going to go over to the bandsaw right quick and get some stuff chopped up. So hop over here. There we go. That's pretty good. Good enough, at least. All right, let me get the components I'm going to need to actually cut here. I've already marked them. And drop tested them. My goodness. Lost it. I didn't want to do this, but goodness gracious, come on. Swear, when you drop stuff in the workshop, it goes, my goodness. Oh, there we go. All right, got it. We're all set up now. Okay, I don't need that one there. Just need this one, and this is good length. Chop that one down a little bit. Be good. Unless your wife unplugs your bandsaw because she wants to turn the heater off. We do have a radiating heat heater sort of thing too. That can be plugged in. Here are all the pieces that we need, I think. Yeah, it just likes to fly somewhere you're not. Okay, we're gonna move over here. Let's see. Switch that one and there we go. Okay, need to change a little bit here. A little down. And then oh. There. Video. Existing. There. Yeah, that's the correct one. Just need to layer them. Cache device, Brio. Yes, there it is. Leave that alone. That'll be good. Okay. All right, so I think we're good now. I didn't know what I was going to do for the like split cam. So one on top of the other is what we ended up going for here. All right. So for this, I'm going to be not really needing to do a lot of measuring because everything is already pretty much set. So should be pretty quick actually. Relatively speaking, you know, as fast as any pin making session can be. What are we going to start with? What are we going to start with? How about start with some measurements? And calipers. Need to grab my calipers. They're inside, of course. Just need to grab another set, really, which I actually have over there. Just I'll be right back. All right. There you are. Yeah, I'll just take you. Here we go. Big plans this weekend, Kevin? It is nice. Saturday, nice day. It's rainy here, but it's nice nonetheless. And I also have a backup piece in case I really need to have a backup piece, which I hope I don't, but like I said, it'd be fine. This is one of the spots that we were actually thinking about being a little too transparent. So I'm going to put that at the bottom. So that's how it's going to be configured. Go ahead and get to it. Okay. That is good. Now we can get an accurate measurement here. So these are my reference marks here. It's hard to keep it in place and do this. Okay. While I'm at it, might as well go ahead and do the other one. There we go. It's flat on that side, but we're going to back it off just a little bit. And that is where it should be. Alrighty. I guess we'll start with this guy. So I can see that my mark is here. Just gotta get rid of this part, really. There we go. So I tried on a button-up shirt plaid earlier, and I reached out to see if the sleeves would fit, and I mean, it just pulls your sleeves right up to about here. And I was like, you know what? Maybe that's appropriate for woodworkers. Maybe it's by design that your sleeves come up like that. So when you reach out and you're pulling a piece of machinery, you don't have to waste any time by pulling your sleeves up, because they'd already be up. But maybe that's just nonsense. Yeah, I think it was a terrible idea. It could work. The Dixon brand, huh? I haven't seen that. I think this is like mossy oak. I think that's what it is. I just thought about something as far as like my sequencing goes, and because I have done this section this way up until this point, how can I keep it the most straight and in line with what it needs to be for the barrel? And then I was thinking, you know what? I could not rotate it and continue on. I could just get the other section just like this, and then I'd move forward by just starting on the body, and then once I get close to the end of the body, I'll thread it and everything, and then I'll reset it to where I could put the chuck back in and then thread it while the section is threaded into the barrel of the pen. I don't know if that's going to be a good idea or not, but we're going to try it. I wonder if people say that they learned something from the stream because I've done it different like every time. I mean, I don't think I've done it like too differently. Got to keep the same concepts and principles, but Laura, how you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, a new view. I figured, maybe vertical would be pretty cool. I'm just kidding. Somebody was suggesting it to me, and so I figured might as well give it a shot. I hope you're doing well. Bum, bum, bum. Sorry. Trying to make it so this cord or this hose won't bump into the tripod and shake the whole camera. I have to get enough slack out. What do you think about the view? Is it good? I mean, I could probably, do some work already and make it a little bit better, but you gotta have a starting point, I think. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Don't tell me this is how the day's gonna be all day. Come on now. There it is. Goodness gracious. Where were we? Right now I am working on a section. This is called a section. It is the grip part of a of the fountain pen. At least in this case, a fountain pen. Yes. Hope you had a good holiday. We sure did. Need to see. Yeah, all right. Well, these are like I said, this is the section. Had to thread it and then clean it a little bit here. I mentioned it earlier, but I'm just going to wait until I put the section onto the barrel of the pen. So we're actually going to just take this little guy right here. Is that Black Opal for next week, or is that the fountain pen? It is a fountain pen. Although I do have blanks that I could be getting out that are for next week. They're cool looking. Let's see. But no, it is not going to be the Black Opal. Where are my lines? It's frustrating about this. Oh, that's why. Ooh. It's awkward. That. Now I need to create the hole where the section is going to go. And drill it to the appropriate depth for that as well. What? Oh. Don't mind me. Just leaving stuff all over the place. Ooh. Be able to go pretty far without having to stop. You do it. You see lots of family and have lots of laughs and everything. Oh, you did? Wonderful. And they just left. Thank goodness, right? I'm just kidding. We did our tour of my mom's on Christmas Eve, and then the our family, like the kids and Abby, on Christmas morning, and then after that we'll go over to her parents, and that's usually how we do Christmas. There's four of them, so it's kind of a, well, not kind of, it is a busy time. Getting the house back in order, that's always nice. Getting things back to how they were is, I don't know, cleanses the soul. Looking forward to my workshop rearrangement. It will be a lot. It'll be a lot. All right, so this is actually the point where I was talking about here. Okay. I don't know if this is going to work. When? So I am supposed to get, I don't know if I told you, but I was trying to do a workshop upgrade. So I'm just trying to get a different rolling station, and the goal was to move this stuff, shift it around in the garage. But I was thinking about doing it like on, I'll be getting it the 31st, so. Oh, you saw that, yeah. Yeah, that was just rearranging the garage. Well, trying to get a live to scale version of that, so we can kind of get an idea of where things are going to need to be and stuff. Yeah, and it was my kids. My kids made that. I mean, I basically told them the formula, and we got all the measurements together. But and then Abby comes in. She's questioning all these different things. I'm like, wait, stop it! You're getting me all confused. Anyway, got it sorted, and okay. Oh, it's a tool chest, so it's like a 52-inch wide, and then it's like 5 feet tall. Then it's got a power strip on the inside. Um, yeah, it'll basically be to rearrange some stuff and then have it so I can organize my wooden project that's coming up, and then also have a place for Abby to set out blanks and other fountain pens that she wants me to get set up and made, so she can refine her scheduling. And so her doing that will also help me do my scheduling as well. So all those things are pretty nice, I gotta say. Uh-huh. Let's see. There we go. So here's the pin without shaping. So it is for a Yovo number 6. Get it from here and do a quick, just a little bit to flatten it off, because the other side, the rest of this actually is going to get sanded, just a little bit. That way you can sand, smooth it out at the very end, and then also polish that. So you want to make sure it's nice and refined, at least as possible. Try to think of all the things that you can. The fountain pen looks more complicated. Yeah, it is. It is for sure. It's a lot more touchy and likes to break here and there, and sometimes the components don't want to work together. And I mean, even the material is out to get you. You know, it's like, nah, you don't need to make me into that. Oh, I thought it would be fun though. But yeah, there's a lot of steps, and I like it. I like it a lot because you can also fine tune all these different steps. So it has, I mean, if you think about it, there's trillions of ways to do something. Because if there's like, I don't know, say that there's 100 steps, and then there's 1,000 ways to do each of those 100 steps, and then you start thinking about each step being like that, there's literally like an incomprehensible amount of ways to do something. Even if it is, you're like, I need to cut it like this. And that's as simple as the direction that you got. You know, a lot of people would be like, well, am I going to use scissors? Am I going to use this? Am I going to use that? Am I going to use steel, carbide? It's just really interesting when you think about things like that, to where everybody's going to have a different way of doing it. And the reason they have different ways of doing it is because their previous experience, which I also find extremely fascinating to try and figure out why some of the things like that are. But it's like, that was a little long tangent, but come on, man. But yeah, fountain pens, at least these type of fountain pens, are a bit more complicated. Some of them have kits, um, which are pretty cool too. You get like all the hardware, but you can also incorporate the hardware yourself if you wanted. There's a lot of people that make fountain pens that are really good at it, and they typically like focusing on the metal aspect of it, or the accents, or the nib making portion, all kinds of things that people like doing, and it's cool. So right now I'm just working on the barrel here. So that's about it for that, which is I'm actually not even going to do a recess right now. I feel it. Make sure we're pretty good here, not cutting anything. That is one of the other things that you can tell sometimes if you're looking at a maker's fountain pen. is they'll cut a recess down here. Sometimes they'll polish the threads. Sometimes they will not bevel the sharper edges, and um, those are just, you know, I guess preference things, but it's also interesting, I guess, to see the different takes on it, I would guess. I'll go here. But yes, this one is also, I believe, that it is going to, it already has a home. Yeah, it's already got a destination. Oh, shoot. Okay, we're going to do a little of this. Let's see, what are we looking like? That's pretty good. I'm going to do a little modification of how I was going to do this. Okay. That's good. I'm going to move this all the way out, and then we're going to run the carriage. That's not a big enough bite. That should be sufficient. Okay. A little non-standard there. That's all right. It's because it was a large. The large doesn't like to fit into the spindle in here, the inside diameter of it. Oh, this way. And that. But once you get everything back in order from having guests over, is that it? You gonna be chilling for the rest of the weekend? Hanging out, working on new projects? It also blows my mind that the kids aren't going back to school until, like, I think it's January 6th. So they have so long off. It's kind of crazy. Coming down with the cold. No. I might sound a little stuffy. We had something similar, I guess. Darn kids bringing stuff home from school. Just gonna relax. I hear that. I hear that. That's nice. Hang out with some people, talk to people, do some stuff, and take it easy. I was thinking about the tortoise and the hare this morning for some weird reason. And then I was also thinking about what it means to different things and different people and different age groups even. That it just has like so many different. I guess what I'm really saying is it's a good story, and it can be applied into a lot of things, which is pretty fascinating to me. Where did I find it? Nope. There. Mm, busted free. No, reverse. There we go. Okay. Okay, haven't shaped anything yet, so this is basically where we are right now with this one. So we've got the barrel, the section, and then the cap. And then this might need to be dialed in a bit. Oh, or not. It's already nice. So this will be a nice fitting with a section on it too. That'd be nice. What's my favorite thing to turn? That's a tough one. I think it depends on the day. Sometimes I like to just focus on what I'm turning and not really think a whole lot about everything else. So I'll do something complicated sometimes like that. Or I'll do something simpler. I mean, I like turning like everything. But my favorite, I mean, hmm, it's tough. Because one of my favorite things to do when it comes to turning is being able to have an idea and then come out and work through that idea and see if I can make it happen. That's one of my favorite things to do. And then, like, yeah, I really like trying to figure things out. Like, there's probably instructions on things like that, but I really like deconstructing something. So like one of the pins that I've made recently is very similar to, not very similar, it's about the same length. The style is a bit different and the nib is different. And so I do like different takes on um, existing things, I guess. That's fun. Then my big project is my wooden fountain pens with the wood sleeve, the ebonite sleeve, and the wood. So that's kind of my, I guess, 2025 project. Let's see if that'll be fun. Let's see. Do I make pins that can have regular ballpoint ink? Yeah, I do. It's just not something I do, I guess, as often, relatively speaking. But I can make kits. Kits are pretty easy. When it comes to making like three-piece pins like this, so this is a three-piece pin, and it's got a ballpoint in it, and it's a Fisher Space Pen refill. It's the first time I ever used an M9 and then an M11. But do you like pen with click mechanisms or clips or? Because let's see, I have. This is a roller ball, but this is another one that I made for a school. I made a set for the staff. Yeah. It was a custom block of their school colors, and then we got them all done, and then sent them over in their individual little packages, and sent me a picture with everybody there with their pins and stuff. So pretty cool. Good way to get your support the community, I guess. Normally click return. Yeah. There are a couple modifications that I've done for some click pins that, you know, are a little non-standard, but I also have standard ones. I say standard like it's bad, but it's not. They're just the kit, which the standard, I guess, is just the hardware, and then where you can get creative on your own is, you know, the ink refills that you put in, the dimensions that you make it for the grip, and stuff like that. You can change, and it gives the, I guess, the artisan a little bit of creative, their creative license or whatever. I think it's what they call it. Yeah, I made a pin for my trainer, and it was at that time I was like, you know what? I could modify this, make it a little bit shorter, so I don't have to deal with one of the top things on the ink refills, because I didn't like that. So that's what I like doing. I like appreciating something and then having maybe an iteration of my own on it. And, you know, it's not always going to be better. That's for sure. There are definitely some things that you could do iterations and change the way that they look, I suppose, on the outside, but the function and fit of everything, it's like, I don't know. It seems to have peaked. So it's always worth, I would say, to revisit those types of things where you think it's perfect and flawless, and you know, whatever it is that you're doing is perfect, so you don't ever really think about it, which, you know, you kind of get stagnant doing that, I think. So trying to make iterations and improvements, even marginal improvements here and there, I find to be worthwhile and enjoyable. So this is called a die. What I did is it created the threads, and then we got different sizes. And this is also a single start versus a triple start, which means that it'll catch on 3 different positions to open and close. So it takes about 1/3 of the rotation. And then if you had a 4 lead or a 4 or quad start, you know, it would be a quarter of that amount. So it's pretty interesting. It's something that I imagine most people don't really think about. But if you are in the pin making world, you'll hear about triple start. You'll go look into them and be like, oh my gosh, those are like $350 for a tap and die. And, you know, to somebody like, like, you're telling me that this and this, like this metal loop, not even the handle, this and this combined was like 300-ish dollars or so. So that's one of the things that like deter custom pin makers. But I actually started with a cheap Harbor Freight set, actually, and I got a whole set of taps and dies that were, I think, about $15, and that's just where I started. I didn't have I didn't want to spend too much on everything without knowing that it's what I wanted to do. I'm gonna go this direction. However, I need to trim it down first. But you know, the other thing I would say is you don't need that type of thing necessarily to make something that's cool and unique like that. Yeah, for sure. There's definitely a difference in quality and stuff. So, what am I doing here? Center starting, I guess. Ugh. Okay, this is a barrel, and I'm gonna go ahead. Yeah, I will go ahead and center start this, I think. Yeah, it'll work. It'll work. Okay, so this will be a little bit of a different process here too. How about that? Getting all kinds of good stuff. So I don't know if you can actually tell on screen, but it is a little out of round. Well, not out of round necessarily. It's just a little wobbly, and so you got to fix that. And a part of it could be just because I only have a tiny bit chucked up in the side here. But my problem right now is I can't fit this diameter of blank inside the spindle here. So I have to trim it down. And this is the best way I can think of to do that. So I'm gonna do this, get it set up. And then I'm just gonna trim it down all the way towards the end there. And then once that's flat completely, then I'll actually end up taking this out and flipping it, so it won't matter if this side was messed up as long as I don't grab it again on that side. Which is something that people don't figure out very easily sometimes. I took a long time to figure that one out. It was only to myself, so what is that? Yeah, like every single one of these blanks has been with a different starting condition. Again, you get your own. All right, here we go. Get this crank in. Let's got black in place. This is pretty cool that there's a lead screw to fit down here under the vacuum. You can see that that is basically running this hair. My hand is on the lead. I don't want it to go all the way. Check. That is good enough. Sorry if you can hear the pressing. I'm running out of air. Let's see. Okay, we are pretty good. Now, the other thing about this is this will also be the part that I use to hold it on the live center once I get everything turned or drilled out and whatnot, so I can support the piece while I'm working on it. And it'll be on the center because that's just how it was cut, you know. Now this just can't go onto the uncut part. This over here. Let's see. Alrighty. So right now I am actually doing another barrel. Working on two pins. I don't think I said that yet, but working on 2 pins. And this is the second barrel, which is the body of the pin. Yep. Whoop. If only I had a thing that will hook to my carriage so I can use the main hand wheel here. Little sarcasm there because I do have that. I'm just not using it right now. Not making enough of them, I reckon. There we go. Bum, bum, bum. Okay. So the last thing we're going to do here is thread for the section here on the inside. There we go. Then check the bevel if there is. There should be a little edge here. Bum, bum. There we go. Not too crazy. Just wanted to knock off that sharp edge in there. And then this is going to go in here. Okay. Mm-hmm. We'll do this first. Okay. Boom. That's all right. I don't need to take that off right now. Do the same thing I did last time, and then just gently chip away at it. Okay. There we go. All right. Now we're going to hit it with a little bit of sandpaper, but you got to be careful using that because resin likes to expand if it gets too hot. And sometimes this will flare out if you get it too hot. And then it's a bummer. Any Squid Game fans? It's really interesting. Alrighty. I'm gonna put this back over there where it can be safe. Okay, now just need to work on the cap. Oh. So I got this on there. Just go ahead and pop that on there and then reverse it. Boom. Bum, bum, bum. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to do it this way. That is good for you. Center start. Just a little center start here. I want to go too crazy. Just a little bit. Boom. Oh, no, not yet. Mm-hmm. Don't need the vacuum. Well, at least not right now. We'll come back to it though. We're on the cap. Hi. Sorry. I tripped over it. So it's not as important that I don't have a dimple in the top of this cap because it is going to have a inlay. But I think it is sufficient size, so I don't really, it's really no factor, we'll say. Alrighty. Little spritz. Hey. Little spritz there. Open it up just a little bit more. Get a little bevel going. Oh yeah, that's nice. Good. That's a little bit of a step. Now we're going to do a little bevel here. Just needs a tiny little bit. Right when I feel it make contact, I'll stop moving it forward and bum, bum. All right, that's good. That's good. All right, let me tidy up a bit. Oh, dang it. Stop kicking the tripod, John. Ba-ba-bum. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's the cap. I'm done. Okay. Now I got to trim it relatively down to size. Alrighty, we're going to keep them like this. So here we go. Here's the pins. Boom. We obviously have some more work to do, but cruising right along, and we have the components to a point where they just need to be shaped. So first, I'm going to get this set up for trimming them down to the diameter that I want them to be. And this is where the vacuum is going to be on for a while. So it will be that. Leave that hanging right there. I think what we need to do first for the cap is we're going to approximate this, and I'm going to get it to a little unrefined first. And that is the cap. And the cap is quite large right now. I think it's like 20 to 22 millimeter, at least where it wasn't cut down. And it's probably about 20 where it is cut down. So that's about where we are for that. I'm not going to worry about measuring the internal depth quite yet. Okay, so that's got that, and this will need one of those. Okay, so this is actually a pretty fun little part here, I'd say. I enjoy just watching the carriage and everything do its work. But yeah, we're going to hit the vacuum here. And these are going to be our, I guess, kind of our gross cut. So they're not going to be like fine cuts yet. But we're just trying to get down to a better size here. Get her going. And back it off a little bit. But yeah, when you do a bigger cut too, it'll take a much deeper, it'll go much deeper. A little bit deeper if the carriage cans at all. Because there's always just like a slight bit of play when it comes to the waves, the carriage on the waves. And that's because the carriage has to move. And if it's like tight without any movements, then well, obviously it'll just kind of get locked up, and the machine will be fighting itself. Okay, let's see, what is the button on that? We are quite a bit over. That's okay, we're going to go ahead and swap out Get the other one turned down to this approximate size, and then we'll do a cleaner pass. That way they'll both be the same. Gonna be a big chunk here. There's your gauge. Don't want it to break off. That's a good size to dial it in. All right. Okay, we're looking pretty good here. Go ahead and do this. Pop this one up. Yep. I think that'll be good. There, pretty much right there. So I'm gonna put this over there, swap it, and then do it again. Let's see. That's good, and that is good. Now we are going to go ahead and just probably keep that initial measurement going from cap to barrel here. Let's see. Better than okay. That's set. It's not dialed in yet. That's here we go. More down. This will be good in there. Looking good with that. Then we're gonna take this out, back it off. Then we're gonna get the cover. Here. Once we finish trimming these down, then we will end up going over to that. Oh, crap. Spin here. It's kind of like a cleaning path. Get everything nice and leveled out without having to worry about it. All right. That is not what I want exactly. Don't mess it. Get that off. Let's see. That one is fine. We're gonna run it again though. It's not fine enough. By the way. Come on, carriage. This is done. Let me hit the vacuum. Now at this point, I take my stuff over to the wood lathe. So I'm gonna get my live center out. Convert my wood lathe over to how it has collets. Yep. Turn this light off over here. And then switch to that. This is where we're going to be. So I switched that so I can actually move this camera now. Not giving anybody motion sickness now. At least for vertical. Hold on. There we go. Now we're looking at the same thing. Um, yeah. Okay. That is what we need. This is the other thing that we need. Okay. That's set, that's set. Let me get this camera positioned over here. Let me look at something. Mhm. I used to have 3 cameras, but I'm pretty sure it was pulling too much power and it would not uh, survive well, the laptop wouldn't survive when I was running 3 cams. So there is that. I hope everybody's doing well so far. Been making a black opal pen. It's going to be a fountain pen fit for a Joe number 6 nib, universal Schmidt converter, triple start cap to barrel threads, M13, and it's going to have an inlay on the cap and barrel finials, or maybe the cap. I don't know. I'll have to figure that out once I get there. Let's see. So at this point, I need to go ahead and measure the depth of these so I can mark it and know where I'm going to be cutting. So what I have to be more careful with is with the cap when I'm doing a finial. Just want to make sure that you have enough space on there to be able to drill a recess or cut out a recess. I guess is a better way to say that. All right. So far, we're doing pretty good. This one needs a little fine tuning, I guess. It'll be just a moment. I gotta trim the front of this a little bit back. Got a chip on it that I don't want there. Okay, we're just gonna hit that a little bit with sandpaper. Give it a nice little bevel again. Quick fix. Alrighty. Okay. It'll be easier to see on this as well. Okay. Oh, no, this way. That's how it goes. All right. Now setting my calipers for the section diameter that I need to be at. All right. Let us hop over there. Um, oh, let's do that one. Mm-hmm. There we go. Okay. What do you do? Oh, yeah. You can see. You can see here. Let's actually expand this so I can. Ooh. There we go. And your patience. Thanks for hanging out and your patience while I'm working through getting this set up for vertical. Man. Oh, that way. That's not bad. Okay. Ooh, that's gracious. Okay. All right. Section. All right. I'm going to be using Morty. Morty is my dust collection. Let me go get this turned on and we'll get back to it. Just a little bit. Well, Try this. This might be a problem. It's weird. It's because of this glitter powder, I guess. It's making it look like it's cracked. Weird. But I don't see any flecks when I'm doing that. So I'm gonna go ahead and chase the thread, see what they look like. Then I might have to make a different barrel for the other components here, which is fine because I've got one extra piece that I can potentially do a barrel in a section if I need to, but I think this should be sufficient. Check this out. Oh, it was weak. See? That's why we test it. It's all right. I think I can actually still remedy this piece. I'm going to try. So let's see. I'll get this camera turned over so you can at least see me over here. Good enough. I'm gonna trim this back, get it nice and flat and flush. Dang it, mommy. Not the end of the world, just a little bit of a bummer, man. But it happens. Sometimes the glitter doesn't fall where you want it to, and I'm glad that I tested that. And nobody else had to find that out. That'd have been a bummer. But it did look weak, so that's why I kept messing with it. Okay, that's so good. Go ahead and hit it again with the piece here. Uh-oh. Hopefully it won't go through. Ah, it didn't. Okay, good. Whew. So I think that this piece could actually still be good. But if not, worst case, here we go. I have to make another barrel, which obviously isn't the end of the world, but it would be annoying. I suppose you probably can't see the one. But I have to recreate the tenon on it. And then I also had to make sure that it was still drilled out, or drilled deep enough, I mean. Get my bevels back, you know, all that other all that other stuff that I did previously. Just need to rinse and repeat what I just did. So there's that. But not that big of a deal. Okay. Let's go here. Yeah, sometimes it's just one of those things. The glitter doesn't land where it should. There we go. Get that back out. Okay. Now we're back. Let's get this going again here. Yeah, there we go. So I broke this little piece. So this piece was here. Yeah. I could tell that some of the glitter was packed up a little much. And then it looked like it cracked somewhere along the way. So I think we're good now. So I'm going to check the section and make sure that it fits onto the barrel properly. And then it also got to make sure that the, oh, come on back over here. There you are. Got to make sure that the barrel fits over the cap too, or the section fits inside the cap. That one. I'm going to chase these threads again. It'll be interesting to see the actual depth that I went here, because I can't really get rid of like any of the end now. So I guess that's a good thing. It's going to be a finial on the back end as well. Those look nice. Those are nice, clean looking threads. And almost a good ratio as well from the barrel to cap shoulder. Like to keep it pleasing to look at. Let's see. Now it's back to this section here. Not quite, not quite, almost. Okay. Oop, oop, need to put this back on. Check where we're at. Oh. Hey, right there. Goodness gracious. It's all right though. Okay, this is gonna get trimmed down a bit. We'll start with the barrels. Sometimes start off with the cap, but I think at the point that I'm at now, I should start with the barrel and then dial it down just a tad on the cap if I need to. Go. All right, we are going to need to keep the entire length of this just so I can have a little bit of safety at the end. Um, so my mark here is not accurate. We're going to flatten it out. Okay. Sweet. Okay. It's actually pretty much done. And I'm just going to back this off. It up. Once I use when I use my tool over there, I'm going to end up cutting the finial out, or a recess for a finial. So that turned out nice. So you can see that I'm going to have to trim a decent amount off of the cap, but that's okay because we got a decent amount of material to do that with. So it'll be good. It'll probably just take about probably a third of the total diameter that's there. At least that's what I will start off with. This one, on the other hand, will have a little cut mark here. That is in place. Right. Get it cranked up a bit higher. There we go. Let's separate that part out. Right. What else? Right. All right. Looking pretty good. We're going to hit that with be a little bit of carbon tool. Looks like we still have a little spot there. That'll be basically my pilot hole for when I'm cutting this out. So that one's a bit much as well, but that is okay. We need to do the calipers here. I'm gonna measure this. Okay. Then 0. This is our target diameter here. Yep. Let's see. I need to take this off. Get the other one on. Woo! Trying to land on my foot. Good thing I have closed-toed shoes on. Just kidding. But I should. All right. So this. So we can see our mark here. Hold on. There. There's our mark. Okay. Another thing that we could do. I'm gonna get that. That is where I need to be. So, finish it up. Okay, so I've got a little gentle taper right there. We need to adjust this middle belly here. So we want like a flat plane and then another flat plane to mark it. And the way that I accomplish the rest of this is actually with a file to keep the rest of everything flat. Nice. I don't know if you'll be able to see it on camera, but right here is actually the deepest part of my drilling, although it is going to have a little bit of a concave on the inside of this cap. So when I am cutting out my finial, I just need to make sure that I don't stab on it through. So it'll have just a little bit of room. Anyway. Get that little smoothed out. You know what? I'll just go ahead and do a little poke. There. There's my starting hole for when I am cutting a little recess. Okay. There is one cap. Let's go ahead and check it against its body, or barrel here. So, got the barrel, then the section, and then have the cap. That pretty good. So I just need to cut the finial on the top, bottom. Now I got to measure again. Okay, got that. Okay. Oh. Now, I suppose a safer way to do this could potentially be starting on the side that you're going to get rid of, right? Then you find that measurement and you go everything else on par with that. So we're going to try that this time. Okay. Not too far off. We'll just take our time in the front end. Okay. Just a little bit more and we'll be good to go. little margin of error is always good to have built in until uh, we'll continue from here. Right here. Smooth out some areas, but that's all right. Just standard, really. Okay. Go ahead and hit this side. You can see what I'm talking about. So this is a low point, that's a low point, that's a low point. Everything else is getting sanded away here. So that's also why I leave a little bit of a margin of error in. So it can take a little bit of that. I'm going to do it again here. Grab a little carbide. I'm going to just do a little center start punch there. And then this one, we're going to go ahead and get back over to the metal lathe. And then, nope, we're going to leave it in there. Don't need the collet here anymore. Go. Now let me get the camera set back up over here. It'd be nice if we just had another one. Gonna be over here. Oh, my bad. Motion sickness alert. Sorry about that. All right, let's take a look. Let's see what we're looking at here. Yep, that's good. Boom. This will be pretty good. Go here. That'll be good. Boom. We don't need Morty anymore. Oops. Alrighty. That's good. That's good. We're going to go ahead and get this. And we're going to stretch, I guess, for a second. Oh, that's nice. And then we're going to get there. This is what we're going to get. Mm-hmm. There. Okay. Mm. That's good. All right. Pop that out. Oh. Bum, 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 bum. Mm. Hmm. Plastic shed built. Nice. I'm gonna be, I'm gonna be working on stuff in here, and then it's gonna end up. Some of it'll end up out in the shed. Oh, okay. Got one for good tables. That's good. Shoot. Okay. Ah. Huh. Don't want to do that one again. Let's see. I think we are good enough here with these. Oh, damn. You gotta determine what's causing this to slow down here. Kind of like the cam setup. Nice. Like with the lathe on top and me on the bottom. Well, I guess I should have asked if you were watching on vertical, but I think I can see that you are. Yeah. Good. Kind of just put it together so I could actually get some streaming in today. Because it would have just taken me a long time if I wanted to just get it just right. The pastes are very thick, huh? That just means a little goes a long way, doesn't it? Pretty sure that's how it. Come on. Here we go. I gotta get Abby out here now. Wonder what she's gonna think about that. Alrighty. Ooh, that's nice. Here we go. All right, there is one. See, now I know somebody's gonna like it, but this is one of those things I was talking about. How you can see it's pretty translucent, which is a part of the intent, but it's a little bit more translucent, I think, than it might should be. But we'll see. It's also kind of hard to see, what it's going to end up looking like when everything is all said and done. So, and there's that one. Personally, I think this one's cooler than the other one. Just see how dark the barrel is on this one. It just seems so dark. But that's okay. Okay, well, those are done. Let me see if I can get Ab out here. I got a couple other ones that I got to do. At least cut a recess in them, you know. It's one from quite a while ago that because we've been kind of crazy, or it's been kind of crazy, I'd say. Um, shine right up. Yeah, the toes. Hopefully not my toes, but it'll show up pretty good. But the other ones I was talking about are over here. Over on this side over here. There we go. I know you remember these, but they haven't gone anywhere because everything got busy. Come on. But yeah, these will be pretty neat. I think if we did a maybe a white finial on that, look pretty cool. But yeah, I made them, and then the holiday, you know, it's not that it snuck up on us, but I guess we like to be ready to move on to things, I guess. But yeah. Lost track of time. I don't know if it's that, but maybe. Bum, 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 ba-da, bum, ba-bow. All right. Well, I reckon I could just clean up a little bit. My work day is almost complete. um, Getting these out is a miserable. I don't know if I told you about those yet, but the blanks, getting them out is not that fun. No, not yet, not yet. But almost. At least for pin what I would need to do. Yeah. But I will be right back. I'm gonna go get the blanks that I got to get out. And then about what I was talking about the shoot the blanks. You got to check them out. But in order to get them out, it's really a pain. I've had to adapt my methods in order to be able to do it here. Righty. I usually do it on this side over here, but I'll get a couple of them out so we can see. Come on, get. A dog out here wants to hang out. but these are going to be cool. At least I think so. But I don't make the blanks. I just do them, get them out and turn them. And if they don't ever get turned, then Abby never sees them, and kind of funny. All right, I think we can at least check the bespoke blanks out. All right, here we go. All right. All right. Pop, pop. Uh-oh. A little uncertain about these. You don't get them out with the air gun? Yeah, we do. We do. It's just one of the sets of molds that we use is the olive frog. So the blanks come out, but my goodness, it takes a lot. Well, that's pretty sick. Oh, I like that. You're seeing it before Abby is. Wonder how she's gonna feel about that. These are cool. Come on now. Yeah, there you go. All right, there they all are. There we go. Man, those are nice and bright colors. I love that. I also like the little, I don't know if you can actually tell, but she does a little bit right there. I gotta tell her they look good. Thank you. Oop. Makes the screen look funny. Oh. It does. But yeah, these are going to be cool. All right. Now, this is a P-Town subby mold. Whoop. Yeah, there you go. You can see it. P-Town subby. But the other one is olive frog. Now the molds are more rigid, and it makes it quite a bit harder actually to get them out. So the recommendation is to do at least 100 psi and blast them out. But I have not had great luck doing that. So I still push it onto something and break the initial seal. So I'm going to see what this one looks like. The long ones are going to be fountain if I trim them down and they look good. Yeah, because taller ones are sometimes a little different. So I'll probably spend a good 30 minutes or so. Ah. You bought one of the Gatling molds? Where'd you get that from? Let's see, you got a studio mode here. Resin work? Oh, okay, cool, cool. Oh. There we go. Ooh. Now the outside of it looks cool, so there is that. I got to figure out what I'm going to push it onto. How have you liked the Gatling mold? And how many have you done? Filled all the cavities, and how many are there in there? Is it a bespoke? What is this? 20 questions? With the amount of resin you see on the outside, you probably wonder if there even is any on the inside. Goodness. It's interesting. P-Town 3/4 resin work, 3/4. P-Town a little bigger. Nice. Nice. I think P-Town actually had like a Gatling bespoke mold. So I usually try to at least break the seal on the bottom of them, and I usually do it on the floor with you've heard of a Theracane. Come on. Thank you for letting me know. All right. But yes, this mold is pretty hard. So the blanks come out and they're slick. So they're very straight. I will say that that is a little different. But I will say one of the drawbacks, I think, because of that, you got to have a little give and take, you know. So you can have a blank that has a little bit like a P-Town subbing mold. You can see that it was like 3D printed, right? But this one, it's like smooth and slick. So they might have used a 3D printer to make them. But these are like super polished. because they come out quite shiny. So a little bit weird. But yeah, I gotta get something to push this very hard on. I usually throw some knee pads on, and then I just put my body weight on to each of the cavities with the ball of the Theracane. And then maybe Abby will come chat while I am struggling through this. What? I gotta get the blanks out.
You have to do that. They can't see you. It's just gonna be loud.
No, it's fine.
I can't talk over it because I can't think.
It will be fine. I just need to break the seal on all of them. What are you doing?
I don't know.
Oh, have a seat. Then come sit.
Are these from that?
Yeah.
Weird.
Why?
I put color shift in there and it looks very white. It must be.
They're color shift. I looked at them.
Ah.
Okay, you got to get you set up on here and there.
I'm very red from blow drying my hair, so
Okay.
that's why I'm red.
All right, I'm going to be out of frame for a bit so I can get the blanks out. So I'll leave you in good, decent hands.
Only decent, not actually good.
Pretty good. So this, obviously.
How's the Black Opal look? Is that what you were doing?
Yeah, they're done.
Hi, Kevin. They're thicker than the other ones? That's not a deal breaker. The thing with when I bought their neon pastes, I've used their neon pastes and their pigments. And obviously with the pastes, it's all dissolved. So the colors turn out differently, but it doesn't have any pigment like speckles in there. Whereas with the like regular, just like dry neon pigments, and these did it too, no matter how much I stir or try to break down the pigments, we always end up with weird little kind of bits that settle at the bottom of these. Most of them go away when John's facing them and everything, but yeah, that is definitely the benefit of the pastes, at least for the neons. But they don't have, it's like not the same color. I don't know, because they're both the paste and the pigments that I use are eye candy, but they don't turn out the same. But I am, oh my gosh, I'm interested. I am interested in that color shift one that we were talking about, because I love color shifts. And
I got some last night.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Cool.
He said that he couldn't get the super shifts or whatever because that sold out within like an hour. And I've got my notifications on for whenever they bring them back to try out. But yeah, I like doing neons because they're fun, but they almost always have some sort of little speckle. Yes, John's right. The ones that we did the shattered pens with, because the blanks, well, that was also because they were filled with bubbles. So, oh, you procrastinated checking out. Yeah, with some of their new stuff, especially when they're like testing things, and I didn't even hear anywhere about the mousse, whatever, if it's a different brand that they've like picked up or if they're making them. But that stuff definitely can go fast. I know that when they first came out with the pigment pastes, those went pretty fast too, because I think I actually pre-ordered the neon set of them. So I'm just gonna have to keep an eye out. That's what I get for not really being on social media over the holiday break. I've kind of taken a break other than like our normal work to try to not be on social media as much. But oh well, I'm sure they'll come back. But
I almost missed out on something by checking out too slow. That damn storage.
Oh, I'm sure you've already told that story already. But you
swooped in and saved the day.
you generally don't expect a price to change from going after they open and then when they're still open in the same day. That seems. About the storage cabinet thingy, the Craftsman. It's 52 inches
52.
with the bottom part and the top hood part that also has more drawers and has like a power strip that's built into it. John sent me pictures of both the black and the red ones. He went out before anybody else was awake with Stella and the dogs to Lowe's to look at them and took pictures of both of them. So you could see the prices. And he was like, oh, we got to decide which one that we're going to get. And he came home and then I went with him later that afternoon to go buy it because he came back to measure to make sure it would fit in the spot that we want to put it. And they had changed the prices back to full price. Yeah. And the customer service lady did not like John. She did not want to help him or give him what he wanted or anything. So he got me to call and ask for a manager. And I am not that kind of person. I hate being that person. But we were pretty sure that if an actual manager had talked to us, they would honor the fact that we were there that morning, or he was there that morning and had pictures of the prices. And I was fully prepared to immediately hang up if a woman answered when I asked for the manager, because the lady up front at customer service told us that she was basically the manager. She's not the manager. And they forwarded us to the actual manager who was like, oh yeah, sure, come in. I'll be standing here waiting for you. You've got oh my gosh, he's got a giant Cobalt 72 to 89 inch one. We'd have to reorganize everything. That is huge. That's one of those really big ones that takes up like half a wall.
The garage is like 11 by 23.
Yeah, we have it's like a
72 inches.
One.
Like,
It's big.
6 feet.
That's really big, but awesome.
So that take up like almost half of this.
I'm gonna end up having to CA some of the little bits in these, I think. Anyways, I'm really excited for him to get it and to move everything so that he can organize all of his little stacks of boxes and pin pieces and all that stuff. It has a radio and a fridge. He got it at a yard sale. That's crazy. That's just crazy. Well,
we have an outlet.
It's got a strip of outlet, so maybe it can minimize one of our extension cords. We have a lot of things plugged in our garage, but
we talk about that fire code, yo.
No. But yeah, that's cool. He said it was probably a wife or ex-wife selling the husband's stuff out of anger because he got it for really cheap. She probably didn't even know how much it was worth, because those things can get very pricey, especially the big one. That's lucky for you, unlucky for whoever's it was.
I have a funny meme on the Discord that's like, my biggest fear is my wife selling all my equipment
for how much I told her they cost.
How much I told her they cost.
I've seen that. I do all the purchasing of all of our stuff, so I know how much everything cost. But yeah. But that's part of it, because it's not our business, or it is our business and not like a hobby of just, having stuff to have a nice garage all set up, for funsies.
It is nice, but it's also like, you gotta do it at the same time.
What do you mean?
I mean, like, having the machines up and running. It's nice having them, but
Oh, I
still
was
have to like maintain it.
I was just saying that because it's a business, I know how much everything costs because it's not a hobby, you know, where you just go buy something for yourself for funsies. But
Yeah. Shoot. I think my little tool bag over there is like the only thing I had.
ow. Oh, of tool wise?
Yeah.
Yeah, we moved here with pretty much nothing. We had like nails and screwdrivers and a hammer, and that was about it.
Our most advanced thing was a power drill.
Yes.
And it still use that one.
Well, because we didn't have to use any of those things pretty much ever. Well, so it's because before we got married, John went from living in a dorm, you know, training to getting stationed and me moving in to an apartment where there was maintenance. There really was like no reason to have anything other than to hang stuff up or maybe put together like IKEA furniture.
Which come with tools.
Which do come with their own tools. And then we moved into a house in Tucson, but also had like a maintenance, you know, people. And we didn't have anything really that we had to do there. And John was still working. He worked all the time. It's not like he had time to build or make or whatever. And then in Albuquerque, we lived on base. So again, it was you called the base maintenance people if anything went wrong in your house. Yeah. So it wasn't until we moved back home that we bought any sort of tool at all. So yeah, which is probably fine because we would have had to drag them for every move anyways, because we moved a lot.
But I think that's good that a good point to point out that, you know, you buy tools as you need them.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people have like a starter reset, but it's basically just what we talked about. You have the basics, and then you, as you're doing projects or need something, is when you add to your tools of the next thing you want to work on or what's gonna make it easier for you, I guess.
It's always a balance.
It was weird timing too for several things because when we first moved back home to Charlotte, we moved in with John's mom because his grandparents or his grandfather lived next door, who was 90. He was like 92, 93. Yeah, he's World War II veteran. So he was elderly, and we helped with the property and caring for him for we lived there about 9 months until he passed away before we even moved here and needed any other tools. But when we lived there, there was one opportunity that we had to like get a bunch of tools from like a friend's grandfather or something, or his whole collection, but we didn't have anywhere for it because we were living with family. That like tended to happen. And then by the time my grandfather passed away, who was a huge, always in his life into like wood carving and whittling and all that stuff. So we have a lot of stuff that he's made for us. And so he had a lot of that stuff, but again, it just like timing didn't work out. We ended up with a bandsaw, a little one.
Craftsman.
Yeah, the little Craftsman bandsaw.
One we had.
It was, but you still use the one that we have instead of the other one. Anyways, it's one of those things because, you know, like in families, you sometimes get tools passed down to you, but then at that point we either already had them or we didn't have the room for them or whatever. So, but yeah, I gotta pull up the drop.
Okay. Come on with it then.
It's a good thing John gets those out of the molds because I just sat here holding these two blanks and I already cut my finger on the top of them.
I don't even have my gloves on. Living life on the edge.
They can be very sharp.
He said that he got the Gatling mold from Resin Work. Remember that guy?
Yeah.
I forget his name. I forget it all the time. What's his name?
Zach Higgins?
Yeah, that's the one. Zach Higgins.
What do you mean get like where it's
like
just
the
the
one that's got this,
PVC?
like almost a cylinder shape, where it has like a whole, like a roll, like a revolver looking thing.
But it's just bespoke, like a solid silicone one still.
No, he says his is a 6-incher.
Well, Zach Hands makes all kinds of sizes and like sells his molds and stuff. I think I looked at them at one point, but it's been a while.
Buy a whole bunch of molds at once.
Yes.
So.
7 blanks in one. Yeah, I think we recently got a big batch of Olive Frog, who is a newer mold maker. Because she does them all, they're like pie shaped. So they fit in the pressure pot. If you're filling up the pressure pot with like a ton of molds, which is what we do, they fit better. I could fit a whole extra mold in there. However, compared to the P-Town subby ones, which is what we've used since the beginning, these are a lot more of a rigid silicone than what the P-Town is. So they're super difficult to get the blanks out. It takes John a long time. And I don't know why they're so hard to get them out, but he had a sale for Christmas. So you want to try it. Yeah, you'll have to let me know. So they're 6-inch molds, but the like thinner size. What are these? 3/4 of an inch, right?
Maybe.
I think so. Because we have 6-inch molds, but they're the fat ones. They're the 7/8. But anyways, we bought this entire set of like fully committed because at the time she wasn't even making the size molds for like what we do, which is the one you're talking about, the 3/4 and 5 1/4, and then the 6 and 7/8. Yeah. She wasn't even making those, so she CAD designed them, and I can't see what's happening there. So after she went all through that, like all of that work to design them and make sure they would fit the way I asked, I felt a little obligated to buy them.
Only a little bit.
Yeah, I like them, but I don't know that we'd repurchase them because they really do take quite a bit of extra work from John, and it's not really worth it for us to fit one extra mold in there, or we found it hasn't worth it. Yeah, her molds are cool. They come out like very shiny and slick, which makes for great pictures of blanks. It's just I think it's too rigid of a silicone, to be honest. P-Town, and this isn't even P-Town's. This is somebody else's, but it's that same blue, like very flexible silicone. And then hers are that, it's like a white or clearish white, very hard silicone. Yeah. So. And I know that some like bespoke blank pin, yeah, he was interesting to work with. He also did not want to make this striped mold for us. He's an interesting guy. Yeah, I was showing because I was just showing off the silicone of that mold. He's got some really cool. Yeah, he's got really cool double casted molds. But yeah, he did not want to make it for us.
He was quite reluctant, we'll say.
Yeah, that's okay. I find for what we do, it's too much of a pain to do the double casted ones. I don't know. I didn't think they were cool enough. He won't make you a puzzle. I was in his Facebook group for a while, and he had an Etsy, and I don't know if he's still on Etsy, but he complained a lot about people in his Facebook group. Like, just pretty much the whole time was complaining either about people asking him to do things or asking them and then he's not able to sell any more of them or something. It was a very constant, if y'all don't buy from me, I quit kind of thing. And it's like, okay.
He's one of those people.
It was just one of those,
that doesn't realize that when you start your own business, you're not your own boss. Now you just make
True.
everybody else your boss.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not
But
surprised.
It's like he didn't realize that.
Unless I really, really needed a double casting mold, because his mold's fine. Like, it works great, works exactly as advertised and showed up and is fine. But I wouldn't ask him to make anything custom again. If I needed one of his molds that he already had made, I wouldn't hesitate. But
he was fast, though.
He was fast. We got it. He just complained a lot about us asking him to make it. It was. And then everything else wasn't towards us. It was just me, like, being in that group and watching him do that. Because for us, at least, if there's one takeaway from running various small businesses for almost 5 years, is customer service and how you talk to and about people is the most important thing. Like, period. And that doesn't mean that you have to take projects from people that you can tell are not your people to work with. You could definitely have preferences there, but I don't want to say you got to be political about it, but kind of. John, this is why John's not allowed to do customer service, because he would straight up tell them what he thought and approach it that way. So that's why I do the customer service-ing. And if I vent, it's to him. Nobody else gets to hear my venting. But custom mold after asking people for customers, I was like, I'm out. Yeah. John just, he likes to speak his mind. And also, we have different views on how someone takes certain conversations, like the way that he says it, and he'll say something like that. I'm like, the person that you said that to did not take that the way that I know you meant it. Happens all the time. If I'm listening to him talk to someone on the phone, I'm like, they did not understand you. Y'all are not speaking the same language. But yes. Yeah. And also, another thing about being in either of these spaces, for both, for the diamond tube pens and the fountain pens, we're not like competitive about other people. It's everybody should support each other kind of thing, and we try to be a part of the communities, and it's a fine line, to balance keeping things for to yourself, so as to not cheapen what you bring to the table, but also to be open enough to like be a part of the community and all of that.
Participation is one of the biggest things.
Yes. Yeah. The pin show is the biggest thing.
We'll just say participation.
Yeah.
With whatever it is that you want to be doing.
We're not like super social people, either of us. We're not really sure how we ended up with children that are, nor at least Stella, who is Miss Social Butterfly, chatty Kathy, constantly, when he and I are both introverts that don't do a lot of socializing in general. Kevin said, my wife tells me the same thing. I'm used to talking to roughnecks, rig workers, and their rough vocally groups. So sometimes my work voice doesn't stay at work. Yeah, that's
my teaching voice.
John does do that. He was an instructor for the final 4 years of being in the Air Force, and he definitely brought that into, like us having kids, and occasionally to me, in which I really don't appreciate it and find it very frustrating to be talked to like I'm a student. But it's good for the kids, so.
Well, you didn't know what I was talking about.
Or I didn't want to know. It's probably more likely I didn't want to be taught whatever it is you were trying to teach me, like a lesson, because
I don't mean to sound condescending.
It is condescending.
Which means talk down to you.
Yeah.
But
it was. And you really didn't, but kind of. It was like, I'm going to teach you this, whether you want to learn it or not. But it's okay. We got past that.
You know how
Got
many-
over that
You
part.
know how many awesome things the kids learn because of that?
You can do it towards the kids all you want.
Yeah.
Well, not too much. Well, because sometimes it's too much. It's adult men in the military teaching versus small girl child teaching. But
I've adapted.
you're you've adapted. I thought you said I'm adopted. I'm like, no, you're not.
No. Almost done.
I don't know if you can hear him grunting over there, but
Ooh, the top of this one looks really cool. It looks psychedelic.
I don't know what I'm going to call these. Do you want me to call them psychedelic? Have I used that as a name? I don't think I have. I don't think I've used that as a name.
Can we though?
Yeah.
I think it's a bad word.
Sort of. It's got a context. Oh, see, look at the bottoms of these.
Think about Austin Powers.
Did you see? Yeah, but Austin Powers is slightly inappropriate too.
He's totally groovy about it.
Oh no! Did you see the tops of these?
I love them.
Just the fountain pen ones.
Okay.
Oh, these are, John. I think these are gonna be a no.
No, they're not. It doesn't mean no yet.
Uh,
Doesn't mean no yet. Here you go.
Ooh, those black opals did turn out very translucent.
There.
Ta-da! Ta-da! Eee. They're very bright. And if I had my UV light, which I don't out here, but they are all UV reactive because they are the actual like neon. I'll show you. I don't know if you'll be able to see it. So, like I was talking about the chunks of that neon pigments like to do sometimes. These have some of the chunks sitting at the top. So I don't really know what the inside is going to be like. We won't until John trims them and cuts them down.
We'll do that right quick.
At least a fountain pen. These will be fine. The diamond painting pen ones all look fine. But yeah, these are iffy. I'm not sure if these are going to work out. At least for fountain pens. If we can trim off the parts where the pigment settled, then they could be like nib holders or something like that instead.
Trial parts. Test parts.
Yeah. Are you doing that right now?
Yeah.
Okay. And then are you ready to go in?
Ready to go? Yeah.
It's dinner time.
What? Holy guac. You're right. It is 5. Where did time go today?
You've been out here all day. Well, we got up kind of late.
We did a 7 green pour. It's green.
7 different greens? That's cool. I don't know yet. One of our children asked for Chipotle. So it depends on John and what John's in the mood for.
Or does it now?
For dinner. Yeah.
Is that how it works?
It is if you want Chipotle.
That's news to me. That's how it works.
Sometimes it works like that. You can veto Chipotle if you don't want Chipotle.
Yeah, but vetoing and choosing are different.
Half the time John chooses pizza and wings, which we've already had both of. He's trying to decide his dinner too. Yeah, I don't know. It was one of those days where like, we'll figure it out later.
No, that's what I'm like. That's not what you're like. You're like, I gotta know this morning.
If I am cooking something, I do have to know in the morning.
Yeah, so you gotta know.
Yes. Yeah. This weird holiday, like in between Christmas and New Year's and my birthday, is like we're doing stuff, but we're also, the kids are here. We're trying to spend time with our family and do some of that stuff. So dinners, I usually pass that off. And it's rainy today, so we can't grill. So I can't like make John do it. So takeout it is. I just don't know what kind of takeout yet. Does it look bad?
Oh yeah.
I told you. Cut more off.
I will. I'm actually gonna use a party here.
I wonder if it's only there at the top. It's so
Here.
weird.
Let me show you this. Check out this view so they can see what I'm doing too. Do this. Ooh,
Oh, fancy.
this. Aha. See?
So fancy.
Isn't that cool? I just said there's that this morning.
It looks like you doing the double stream has been fine. Can you see both the chats?
Yeah.
Oh. Ah. So Kevin, you're watching on the vertical one. That's interesting.
That purple didn't
Show it close up on that camera. I don't know what happened. I wonder if these don't look like that though. I don't know what happened. And see those freaking neon pigments.
It won't actually focus. I don't think.
That was enough. You could see how bad it is.
I'll put it down some more.
I hope these ones are fine. These look smooth on the purple. These look like they don't have any issues. I hope not.
Here, you want me to try one of those?
Yeah. This is how it goes sometimes with making blanks though. For this one, trim this one down to a mini. I need to measure it out. So it probably did that because of the alcohol that I used to dissolve the pigments. It probably,
did you get new alcohol?
I poured it straight from the bottle this time. It's usually moisture. It's usually moisture is what makes it do that, to be honest.
Chop it on the bandsaw right quick. Dude. Let's see. Not too deep.
It's just the weird top then.
And that purple's fine. This is almost fine.
Are they still long enough to be fountain pens, or we probably should just go nib holders with these?
Maybe. Maybe.
Oh,
What did you do?
I tried to pick it up, but didn't.
Pick what up?
With this, so I can sit my butt down.
We use mineral spirits.
No,
No, denatured alcohol.
denatured alcohol. It's in the fuel. Right there. Oh, in there. We get it from the fuel section / paint section of.
Cars racing.
Yeah, so denatured alcohol. Yeah, and I don't know what percentage it is.
That's fine.
Good. Okay. Well, then the diamond painting ones are fine. I don't know what happened to the top of those. Yeah, so the denatured, I guess, is like 99 to 99.5%. Yeah. So, yeah. It's the not much moisture. John's cutting on the bandsaw.
There, they're all good now.
Okay. Well, then maybe they can still be fountain pens or nip holders. I don't know. Yeah. To see what the skinnier sticks look like it's really weird. It's like the white just went right through the middle.
Might be heavy.
I stirred
Might be heavyweight.
these. I did not stir those. So that
Maybe
also,
that was the problem.
I think it was just the bottom of the cup. I think pigments just kind of.
Well, the purple was the problem in the longer ones.
Yes.
But the purple's not a problem at all right
I
here.
poured those first. The purple was the last thing I put on the rods. Anyways, so.
Well, we'll dissect and analyze that situation so it never happens again.
It will sometimes happen. If I'm working with neons, it's got a higher chance.
There we go. But yeah, should be pure. Hey, he thinks you did a good job on them. I think they look
Thank
cool
you.
too.
They are very cool. People like
groovy, but we did do groovy.
I think it might have just been groovy.
Maybe. I don't know.
I was just calling them neon something or other, but psychedelic's definitely more fun. I love the bright colors too. And that was one of the whole reasons I got into the resin making when we started anyways, because a lot of the blanks were all the same kind of muted tones, which I don't hate. I do like those too.
They're just different.
Yeah.
I don't like the barrel on that one. I thought about remaking it.
Do you have enough to remake it?
I do.
This one looks nice.
Yeah, that one does. That one's cool looking.
This really isn't bad either.
I have this. This is the last piece that I've got.
Okay.
But I'm not going to do it unless you want me to do it.
I think it looks fine.
Good.
I'll offer her the choice between the two.
That'd be nice.
So that she can pick.
What did we decide with these?
We decided we're not doing finials on these ones.
Oh, we're not.
I think that's what we decided.
Okay. Cool.
And then these are going to get top finials.
Okay. Let me keep doing that while you're sitting here.
Well, now I need to order dinner. What are we having for dinner?
I don't know. You hadn't figured it out yet.
Do you want Chipotle?
No.
If you don't, you could say so. Do you want to go through that drive-through?
No.
How about you? No. Okay.
Outside. No.
Okay. I need to go send an email from my computer.
That's a bummer, man.
You need to pick dinner first, though. Doesn't sound like you want Chipotle.
I don't really care.
Well, how much do you not really care?
Enough for y'all to order it and me to still get something and be content.
Perfect.
That.
These are cool. We talked about doing a top finial on them, but he's not ever. He hates making decisions like that. Any decision.
Not very committed.
He will make.
See,
It's funny. He
thing,
committed to me back, when we were young teenagers, and he's committed in that way. But to any sort of like minor decision, he does not like making decisions.
I hadn't thought about it long enough.
He just won't. He just won't do it, and then I have to pick, and then I get mad. These are going to be the peppermint. We're going to be a little late for these because that's just how things shaked out. But I'm hoping people will still think they're cool, even though it's not Christmas anymore. Yeah, he said the red caps are plain, but I kind of like it. They're sparkly.
They are plain.
I like it. I think it's nice. And then the sections.
Be plain at the same time.
He likes them. Valentine's Day. Perfect. Maybe I shouldn't name them peppermint, whatever. Should name them something else. That's a good call, Kevin. Thanks. It's not too late then.
I might have tapered this one too steep to do a half-inch hat finial.
My
bad.
Well, then don't do it at all, I guess.
Let me measure it and see what we got.
You know, never mind.
What?
I was just going to say that when you made them, you knew I was going to put finials on them.
Yeah. Happens.
Love spell? Maybe. They really do look like those peppermint candies, though. Peppermints can be for Valentine's Day, right?
It'll be fine. This will work.
I can build it up some, too. So it doesn't super matter that the... Well, yeah, I think those do need top finials.
Okay. Well, I'm going to put them in there.
Like, it's okay if that ridge on the outside is, like, paper thin. It doesn't really matter.
Well, that's good.
That looks paper thin.
That's what it's going to be.
It'll basically get sanded away after I attach the finial.
Love spell. Here, let me get you back over here and hang out. This one. There we go. Oh yeah. Unless you want me to change it to overview too.
No, I'm not gonna mess with it.
Okay.
I'm gonna order dinner.
Okay, well, this is not my best work.
That's okay.
I'm better than this, dang it.
You said you did not want the chips last time, right?
Correct.
Okay, I'll see if I can just add salsa then.
No crisps.
They're not very good.
Fine, I just didn't.
Oh well, you get chips with it anyways because it doesn't let you just add a side of salsa.
All right. Well,
I mean, I can look and see if I can like edit it.
It's whatevs. I'll have some anyway.
Yeah. They don't let you do special instructions or whatever. And if you select it, they're going to put it inside, so. My hair turned out more like chocolate cherry kind of colored than auburn. It's like almost purpley-ish. Like a purpley red.
Do you like it?
Oh yeah, I like it fine. It didn't turn out the way I meant to. I haven't seen Stella's hair yet. Stella's hair's pink now.
I like it.
Did you see Stella?
No, I didn't see anybody.
Me neither.
I haven't been inside. And
4 hours, a bazillion hours.
it's 3 hours and 45 minutes.
Yeah, I've done a lot of different colors, but it's been a very long time since I did. And this is not like it's not super drastic or anything. I did it purple one time, like just all the way purple. And then I outgrew that. But when John met me, my hair was a pretty bright red. You've been trying to get hers to do hers red. I love the red too. And I'm like a super pale, very, very, very white. I get not quite porcelain, but very white, especially during the like fall, winter. So I think the red, like, I don't know, looks nicer than my normal hair. What?
I bucked the can, sorry.
Oh. But I stopped doing it for a while because all your sisters were dyeing their hair red, and then it was just weird. I don't know.
Well, usually.
But like bright red.
Bright colors are assigned to not mess with whatever that is.
It's not too bright. John likes to call this bright hair colors like toxic frogs or poisonous frogs. That's what you were saying. But
it's more of just a funny thing. Like
Stella,
people with bright colors, you just avoid that.
Stella begged to get pink stripes put in her hair, so I don't even know how it turned out. I did it, and then she left, and so we'll see how pink her hair is.
Be happy with it.
I haven't heard anything. She was upset when she got out of the shower. She's like, "It doesn't even look pink." I'm like, "It's wet, Stella."
Do you like it?
I don't know. I haven't seen her either. I'm also cheap when it comes to my hair. The last haircut I got was
7 years ago.
like 4 years ago. And before that was like another 4 years. Like I cut my own hair and I dye it myself. I'm not going to go spend $300+ to get it cut and dyed. At least I'm not willing to do that right now in my life. I have never been that person. So what am I doing? I'm getting distracted is what I'm doing.
I don't know, dude.
I don't know.
What you doing?
Either you want to bring us ice cream too?
No.
Fine. Still a burrito bowl, chips. Your burrito, my burrito, Evie's burrito. Still need to go send an email from my computer.
Oh, read it.
You hate getting haircuts and it gets more expensive. Yeah, I remember like going with my little brother to get his haircut and it cost like what, $10 or something.
Still is about that price. It's like $15.
John does go to like the Great Clips or whatever that's beside the grocery store. And that's where he takes the girls to. And it's turned out fine. But salon cuts or getting hair because they don't even dye hair at like Great Clips. You're just getting a basic cut, you know.
I'm pretty sure they do.
You think so? I don't think so.
I think you gotta schedule it, but I think they do.
Anyways, the one time I had my hair professionally dyed is because I was a teenager who made the mistake of putting bleach on my hair and then trying to dye it red. And it looked orange, like carrot top orange. And I cried and my mom paid for me to get it fixed. So that was the worst. $30 a cut? Oh, well, that's those California prices, right? That's a bummer. That's before tip too, I'm sure. See, it's saying you can double dash. Look, they can go to 7-Eleven, McDonald's.
McDonald's?
I'm just telling you the things. Taco Bell. I don't know why you'd want Chipotle and Taco Bell, but.
We're tip, yeah. I will say that I also get my hair washed after I get it cut. Because they'll do like a little head massage too.
Yeah, he pays a little extra for that.
They'll do a little head massage and
I hate that. I hate the tipping thing when it's, I don't know, you feel like it's proportional to what you paid or the service that you got, but people value themselves higher than their actual service or something. And we're good tippers. Like if we're gonna go somewhere and that person is even just decently good, then they get a good tip. And we tip the people that are crappy too, just not as much.
If I walk up to get it, I'm not tipping. If they bring it to me,
you need to get a little tip.
It's just, that was one of the criteria I thought was amusing.
But it's that whole thing where like every single checkout now is like, do you want to add a tip? John was jokingly saying that we should do that for pin shows. And I'm like, no, oh my God. People are so over that. Oh my God, excuse me.
Oh, what did I say? What did I say or do?
About if you have to go get it yourself, you're not going to tip. But if they bring it to you, that's what qualifies for a tip. If I call my order in and picking it up, I don't tip. I mean, that's how I feel about it too.
I still do.
Sometimes we do get like
I don't want to.
at that point you get a couple
I want
dollars
to,
tip,
but-
just I guess for convenience or whatever. Now delivery people, I tip well because
I guess I also kind of changed my frame of mind because I think I have been thinking about it more like I appreciate you being there so I can have what it is that you are serving up for me. That's kind of what I started seeing it as.
people would be so mad at us at the pin show if we did that. It would like make everybody uncomfortable and then they'd never come back around to our table. You might get a kick out of it, but wow, it really is like,
Well, just that one's like nice then.
don't touch it.
Well, it also has a hole in it. Okay.
That's fine.
Make a little dam.
I'm going to end up doing that anyway, so. We'd have people not like it.
Everyone would be talking.
We're pretty good about talking, like, I don't know. We both like talking to people at pin shows, even if we don't like talking about people or with people in real life.
There.
Hey, it looks pretty good on camera.
Yeah.
My hair,
Matches
not my
your
face.
rosy
I'm
cheeks.
bright red. It just
Don't
happens.
be embarrassed. It's okay.
I came down here and it was already like that. It just hasn't gone away. I get I don't know what to call it. The closest thing is like Asian flush, which is not in my family, but it's like a reaction to stuff. Not hives, but I get flushed. Well, it's like an alcohol flush. Other people get it too. Like I think Irish people, it's like in certain genetics to flush like that. Oh, thank you, Kevin. He said my hair's awesome.
You like it? I like it. It's fine. I like it.
It's not that my skin looks bad. I'm just bright red. So I'm glad you can't see it from your screen. I'm just bright red. So it just happens sometimes. You got anything else you got to do?
I don't think so.
We've got food ordered and Squid Games to watch. We watched the first episode of the new season, which was boring. Play WoW. We will after dinner, although I might only be on for a little bit because I've really been enjoying the VR Beat Saber. It's so much fun. So I'll probably get on for a little bit to at least do. I need more delves in WoW for the week, but I don't think I really have to do anything else, which is nice. Finish the first for the second time. Yes, we just watched the last episode of the first season like last night, and then we watched the first episode of the new one this morning. And it's the same thing with the other first season, where that first episode, because they're building all the characters up and what's happening on, it's really slow. And so this episode was also kind of slow.
Well, it's interesting because they're not really building the characters up again because they were already existing
it's
characters.
like they're setting up their story. They're setting up the bad guy. They're setting up what's going to happen.
But it's also, I think it's pretty neat because it's giving you like what their normal life was, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, we've done a little bit of looking into the VR games, but it's one of those things I'm just going to have to like try them, which for some of them you can't. You just have to buy them. Because there were a couple other ones that looked pretty cool, but John started, I think, the Batman one. The one that has movement where you're moving, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to play any of those because I get pretty severe motion sickness. But with the one like the Beat Saber one, I stand there and things come at you. So I'm not moving at all, and so it doesn't make me sick. No, we do not have it linked to Steam.
Can you play?
Can you do that?
Fallout?
That would be fucking
Could
cool.
you imagine if you played Fallout like that?
I'd be screaming, and I wouldn't have anything to throw at you for you to come save me.
No, it'd be
I would just
lanyarded to your wrist.
Yeah.
It's like throwing it at me, but it's going to come right back at you.
But I didn't know you could use Steam on the Meta Quest, whatever.
We
3?
have like Skyrim, Borderlands, Red Dead, Fallout.
I don't think they just port like that though, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, they said there's like a teleport walk instead of you just moving forward and walking, and apparently that works better for people. They get extreme motion sickness. But I also just wasn't in the mood for Batman, I'll be honest. But you can link it to the VR and even stream from it. Weird.
That's crazy. So that thing is like a computer that can also broadcast.
Streaming VR is such a weird thing though, because people are seeing what you're seeing, but not seeing you.
Well, it would be another camera.
No, but see, I
that
don't
would-
want someone to watch me ridiculously flail around, because that's what it looks like, I'm sure. Sorry, Stella peeked in and then ran away to tell her sister something. I was trying to hear what she said. I don't know what she said.
I wonder what games are in there that you could do.
I don't know. There's a whole worlds feature too that I have like not looked into any of it at all. Of like I was telling you, the Halloween Horror Nights, but they have like, you know, but you're in there with like other people and like.
That's all right.
I don't want to stream on it. We've been over this. I don't think John does either.
I haven't found anything that I wanted to stream.
No, yeah, it would depend on what games. For now, I'm just enjoying the really stupid, simple lightsaber game. Makes my arms hurt. I woke up and I was all like, ah, I'm sore.
Exercise. Got her exercise this morning.
Yeah. Yeah. Now I have a whole thing of pens that need to go in my box to be finished maybe this week.
Yeah. Somebody would actually do their job. That'd be great.
I have been doing my job. Linking it to Steam and play other games with it, not in the streaming. Oh yeah, maybe. Does it play like on a screen in front of you? Because it wouldn't immerse you, right? I am not sanding or polishing anything. It is 5:30. My day is done. It's Saturday. Sunday is usually also a no work day, but we'll see. Maybe I'll come work on some of the fountain pens, because not next week, but the week after is my birthday. So I gotta like pre-do some of the stuff so I don't have to work on my birthday. Yeah.
Go get to sanding and polishing?
No. I refuse. Absolutely not.
I refuse. Look at all those pens you got ready for you.
I know, I have a lot. I have a lot of them to do.
Those are commissions too in there.
Yeah, I know, the Black Opal ones. I have to bring them inside to put the finials in anyways. He's the VR genius. Yeah, I'll have to look. It sounds really cool. There's some of those games that are absolutely some of our favorite games of all time. Yeah. That would be very interesting to play in that kind of, yes, my birthday's next week. My birthday is January 6th.
Sean, how you doing?
It is right after Christmas and New Year's, so yeah. And then John's is Stella's is in February, John's is in February, and then March is Evie's. So we're all like, we get birthdays out, done, beginning of the year, all the holidays and all the birthdays, and it's all at the same time.
Get it knocked out the first 3 months, first 2.5 months, I guess.
He was playing out back there tonight, walking around. Your son-in-law was playing it? Oh, your March. Evie's March 14th. And actually,
he's outside walking around with his VR headset.
I wouldn't be doing that. It sounds dangerous.
Ooh. We'll walk out and get hit by a car.
Oh, you just got a pressure pot? Awesome. Good luck. I hope it goes well. I don't know if you have a temperature gun, like the thermometer, like what are they? I don't know.
Thermometer.
That one. If you have one, go by temperature opposed to the open time listed on your jugs of whatever resin you're using. So,
and extra points if you bring it up to temperature before. A little bit higher of a temperature.
I just like to get 70. The separation or whatever, that's the number one thing that I see of people that are just starting pouring resin, that they have issues getting the kind of separation that you see in some other people's blanks. And that's because they went by time instead of temperature. Because for us, because we pour, you know, from the winter all the way, you know, the whole year in the summer months. In the winter, I have to heat the resin up and wait like quite a while before it gets up to temperature. And I typically, only because I'm pouring a ton of blanks, pour at about 90, 95 degrees. People that pour less blanks tend to go up to 100, and that's for Alumilite Clear Slow. So it takes a long time in the winter, and I mean like 20, 30 minutes sometimes, where the open time is supposed to be 14 minutes. Now during the summer, it's less than 14 minutes. It's like maybe 10 minutes. So the time is irrelevant. The temperature is the important part. So just a tip for resin pouring.
Tip of the day.
Tip of the day. But yeah, you coming into the end of our stream, but we'd love to see the blanks that you make. I don't know, you can show them to us in your Discord, or I guess just here.
Did he ever pour the Opal shavings?
I don't know.
He might.
You got liquid diamond. is that Stones?
I think it is.
Stones resin. Stones resin is a little bit different. I don't think it's a urethane. Do you remember? I don't remember. We tried Stones resin back when we started, like for 180 is the temperature.
No. Well,
180 was the price of the resin or the temperature? The price of resin, yeah, it's about 180 is crazy for the temperature. And it might be for stones. I have no idea. Or liquid diamond. Kevin, Sean's commenting on the horizontal one, and you're watching on the vertical one. So we can see all the comments. That's crazy. I mean, I'm sure if that's what someone told you, we don't use that resin. So, but yeah, still temperature is a good thing to go
trust,
by.
But I'd also verify. I'd take a look at like 3 different sources, and if it's consistent, like 160, 170, 180, I'd be like, all right, well then that's satisfactory. But if it's like, no, like 100.
Do test batches, small test batches, because we know how expensive resin is. Chad from Turner's Warehouse. Chad, is there another Chad?
I don't think so.
I think he's the only Chad.
Marcus. What I think of.
But gotcha. It checks out. I think we've used. We might have not been liquid diamonds. It might have just been stone. I think his was just called Stones resin.
Kevin, I think you'd have to go back to like the channel and then click on the other live.
Yeah, that's right. That you were telling us that. John's still talking about when we come for spring break of maybe driving from Tucson to where is he, in like Scottsdale or something?
Sounds right.
John just figured out the vertical streaming. So yes, he is live on both horizontal and vertical if you go to the page or whatever, the channel page. Hey, see, now you're over there.
I didn't know this either.
Well,
dang, Sean, you might have to travel to get me if I can't source a ride.
We're renting a car and you can take it.
I'm just kidding.
Anyways, I'll just stay with my grandparents, and the kids will too. Oh, our food's on the way.
Nice.
We gotta go.
Where are we going?
To eat food.
It's not here. It's on the way.
It's gonna take like 15 minutes. See, it picked up 7 minutes ago.
So we got like 5.
Yeah, you have 5 minutes to wrap it up.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez.
Nice seeing both of you. Good luck on your, you can hear me, on your pouring. Hopefully it goes just the way you want it to. By Kevin. I'm sure John will be streaming later if you want to watch him. Wow. Maybe
wow.
Without me, maybe with me. I don't know. We'll find out.
But yes. Let's see. Sean, I made some more fountain pens. I made 2 more Black Opal. That's what it was. I made new Black Opal and then did a recess on the cap and barrel. So, no, I wouldn't do that, man. I'd just rent a car. hopefully I can actually swing to him letting me borrow his motorcycle, go for a nice ride. He just got a brand new Triumph, I think, and he's got a couple other bikes too. I think at any given time he's rotating 3 bikes. I think he just sold an Aprilia. So, the pin here. Let's see. Here they are. Don't fall now. Here they are. They look a little underwhelming, I would say, from this point of view. Let's change it up. There. That's a little better. Oh, and there. That's even a little bit more better. Boom. Yeah, there you go. But yeah, that is going to conclude today's stream. And I think in the future, something that I've got to figure out, I think it's possible, but I didn't do it yet, is combining the chats together. I think you can do that. I'm just not sure how. Like, essentially, I'm streaming twice from the same channel is what I'm doing right now. So I have a horizontal stream running and a vertical stream running separately. But yeah, that's what it is. And then it just kind of synced the rest of the stuff, and yeah. But still got some stuff to figure out. But I'd say this is pretty good. Same camera? Yep, it is same cam. Same camera. This is actually just a vertical plug-in that you have to set a different, basically a different code. But it was not hard. So there is that. So ideally, I would have the chat in my vertical as well. So that's kind of why I had it, at least the main picture like this, to where the chat would hopefully be on the bottom. But that's not what happened. Or I don't know what it actually looks like on phone. So. Get you set up on doing the streaming. I don't know if I'm a good person to talk to about that. I don't remember like where I started now. Power on. Okay, just kidding. Yeah, I was too. I was very clueless. I didn't know what the heck to do. So I just started like watching all kinds of stuff. But OBS is the software you should get if you were going to stream, because you can use that for any software. For example, Twitch. I think you can actually do Instagram, Facebook, and then you can basically, this is the control panel for that. So you're changing the different scenes, you're doing all that stuff in it. But this would take a long time to talk about. So. But yes. Kevin, appreciate you hanging out. Sean, good to see you, man. Good to see you. I know Laura came in, hung out with me a little bit. It was good to see her. Let's see. Anybody else that I saw? If I missed you, sorry. It's good seeing you anyway. Hope you have a good rest of your holiday. And I will see you next time. Y'all take care.